kutsume veel... Tere hommikust, head foorumkülalised, austatud esinejad, partnerid ja osalejad. Mul on suur rõõm tervitada teid siin Narva-Jõesuus, kus algab meie suvine võrgustumis- ja tulevikku vaatav foorum. See päev on pühendatud Ida-Virumaa võimalustele, koostööle ja arengule ning kõige olulisemalt inimestele, kes soovivad saada osa sellest muutusest. Tänane foorum viib meid läbi 3 linna. Me alustame siin Narva-Jõesuus, seejärel läheme koos Narva ning edasi Sillamäele. Ning see tänane sündmus toob kokku ettevõtjad, hariduse ja avaliku sektori esindajad, kogukonna eestvedajad ja investorid. Meie eesmärk
Our goal today is to speak about education and labor, security, supported measures, businesses and tourism. But first and foremost, why are we here today is to create connections, to network, to find connections that last longer than this day. It's a great pleasure for us to start this day with important welcoming notes from the president of ESTO, Sirle Sööt, and the mayor of Narva-Jõesuu, Mr. Maksim, Iljin. Narva-Jõesuu, that happens quite often. But actually, I did it on purpose. And one thing that I can say, while we were preparing this forum together, Maksim was my student in my classes as a student. So that was quite an interesting occasion. Today I'm here to introduce and thank people on the stage. So I'm a moderator here. My name is Kooskora, as you've seen from the program. In my everyday life, I am a teacher, professor at Estonian Business School. Today's forum is where we've invited people from different walks of life, different fields, first and foremost to exchange contacts, to find possibilities, ideas, to do something great in the future. Young people have been invited today to give them a chance to find new jobs, get ideas for new jobs. We have partners, cooperation partners, of giving them a chance to cooperate between different countries or different regions, different walks of life. So what we are hoping for is to have lots of different opportunities for everyone. And now I'm pleased to give the floor to Sirle disappeared. She's hiding behind my bag. She's so small, but she's so important. So there, the floor is yours, Sirle. Thank you, Mare. Welcome to this future forum at Narva-Jõesuu. As I've said on numerous previous occasions, we've been preparing for this ESTO for 3 years. And similarly, preparations for this future forum has taken 3 years. Where if in the beginning we thought, would it even be possible to have ESTO at Narva and Narva-Jõesuu, then 3 years ago I came to a reconnaissance mission here. What's the situation? What are the people here? And I met the mayor of Narva-Jõesuu. And I was so surprised. Really? We have mayors like that in Estonia, young, so future-oriented, so passionate for the future, who really want to work for their home, for the place they are living in. I was here for the first time 3 years ago. When I came here, saw everything that is happening here, all the people here, I felt that I want to share all that with all of you. So today is the day where we can do all that. And just as Mare said, the purpose of this meeting is to show you the opportunities that we have here at Ida-Virumaa. This is a very special region. It is spoken about from many different angles, about everything that you can do here today and what are the outlooks for tomorrow. And if you want to come here, who should you get in touch with? So all these key people, well, not all of them will fit into the panel today, but the most active ones in this society are here. You can grasp them by the button and say, come on, this is quite interesting. Is there something I can do here? In this process of preparation, we thought over all the feelings when we came here to Ida-Virumaa, especially to Narva-Jõesuu, where we have a border with a European border, a border for NATO, an external border for EU. Does it feel safe? Does it make us feel anxious? I'm very happy that we can discuss these issues here today as well. We will have excursions today where you can visit certain companies, see organizations, and see with your very own eyes how things work here. Anyway, I'm very, very happy that ESTO, that started in 1972, has come to Narva-Jõesuu. The floor is yours.
Good morning also on my behalf to everyone in the room. It is a great honor for me to be here today to open the future forum of Narva-Jõesuu together with Mare and Sirle. First of all, my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the city of Narva-Jõesuu and the entire region for having Narva region as the center of the ESTO forum, and for Narva-Jõesuu to be chosen the location for the future forum. It's a great honor for us. And for this, I would like to thank the main organizers of ESTO and all of you for being here today. And I have a great favor to ask from you. Please, let's make a round of applause for Sirle. It was the beginning of May last year when we first met up with Sirle. And throughout the year, she has been working really hard for ESTO to take place as expected at a really high level. I saw her working so hard. She sent me a text message on the 31st of December writing that on the 2nd or 3rd of January I'll be coming to you because we need to discuss the ESTO taking place. That is true work. Thank you, Sirle. I would like to discuss more broadly the content of this topic, that the arrival of the artificial intelligence has actually increased the need for ICT skills. This does not mean that everyone will become a code writer, but it's simply impossible that people who have no idea how to use technology, are not aware of technology, how they could remain competitive. That's an important aspect. And if you look at the numbers, it seems quite weird that 2020 was 5 years ago. Just asking myself, where did the time go? But as an employer and investor, I see every day how much what we started with in 2021 when we opened the school for coding, how this impacts the competitiveness of the people. Now, second, what's especially important in Ida-Virumaa, this is one of the oldest slides that I've used. I've just updated the format a bit. But I would like to discuss two aspects that I've went through myself in Estonia and California, where I lived. First, it's the spillover effect. If an industry introduces new technologies, how this affects the adjoining industries. First of all, there's a huge impact in the value chain. Cheaper, more quality inputs in the value chain to companies in the lower parts of the chain. And then the adjoining companies will understand the benefits of the new technology. And then for third, the employees with new skills and knowledge are able to move between the different industries and share their knowledge. And this is what we see with the graduates of Kood Jõhvi. The people can move on to different sectors because they have acquired the skills for technology. And the second effect is the income effect. If technology supports the labor force, technology combined with humans, then the higher income for employees has a positive spillover effect into other industries, because we have increased demand for goods and services. So, for example, a software engineer who has a better income due to technology and know-how-based work is able to buy more expensive things. They can access better healthcare experiences, etc. And when we started this Kood Jõhvi, we wanted to see what happens when we start this program in Ida-Virumaa. Ida-Virumaa has, if we have a strongly educated workforce, if we teach them new skills, not only code writing, but how a modern software company works, operates, how this affects Ida-Virumaa, how this affects Estonia. Let's imagine if a fastly growing company decides to open a branch, hire people here. How many people in Ida-Virumaa would have joined the program if we had opened it first, launched it first, for example, in Pärnu or anywhere else? But we did open it here. We launched it here, and that's why we have maybe a disproportionate number participating from Ida-Viru County. And this is especially well depicted on the slides and the numbers. But what do we teach? How we teach? This is a practical, project-based, cooperation-based learning. You learn to become a programmer. It does not mean that one has to become a programmer, but if a person has completed a program, they are able to program, write code. We don't have teachers or lectures. We have a software-based solution where people solve individual or team-based tasks. The program is 1 year long. And after graduating from the program, you become a full-stack software engineer. In the real world, people, young software engineers who are hired, it takes them a while to actually start creating any value. We take the process from outside of the company. We write codes, we work together with the companies at an early stage so that once the companies actually hire the person, they know who they are hiring. And this is a great difference because we are actually simulating real life. And the more that we do it, we see that it also this also concerns Ida-Viru County, but we see more and more that code writing, programming itself is the easier aspect of the equation. What's more difficult is, for example, if you're 40, I'm 42, if you're working as a professional, but you have never worked in a project development, service development company, you are an individual contributor, you are maybe a very skilled electrician, you might be a very skilled welder, but you've never given thought to whose problem you're solving, what product you're bringing to the market. And this also means that you don't know how the process in a modern product development company works, how we bring something to the market. But once you understand how the process works, you contribute in a different way. And that might even be a more important value that we give them in addition to the skills of coding. Now let's see the impact displayed in numbers. I thought this pointer might have a laser as well, but no. Let's start from below. Since 2022, we have had 11,000 applicants. This is quite huge, actually, and the competition is very tight. We have accepted 1,800 sprinters, those who we accept to the admission tests, and 1,100 of those are admitted to the studies, and right now we have had 289 graduates. At first we had 2-year-long studies, now we have year-long studies, so maybe these numbers are a bit distorted, but they will even out soon. We have studies from 33 different nationalities, 16% of these are women, and the average age is 28. Now, previous education, this is often asked from us. People ask, do we get people who've never even graduated from high school? But 61% of them have upper secondary education, 11% have vocational education, and 28% have higher education. So these people are on a very, very wide spectrum, also education-wise. Obviously, people in the 20s form the greatest part of our learners, but even 30-plus people amount to a great percentage of the participants, and 50-plus age of people for people to change their career, that's a different question. But if we look at the world and that the average life expectancy is longer, people get to be active for a longer time, I think this is a target group that we should be considering more. And I think in the future these numbers, well, perhaps the percentages will not change, but I think the numbers in the right-hand section of the diagram will also increase. Now, last year, we admitted nearly 300 students. We had 178 graduates in 2024. And 75% of the people are working in this sector, which is actually our goal. And to compare, Kood Jõhvi actually contributes a lot to the Estonian education system because the students who graduated from vocational education schools in 2023 was 183, and the students who graduated from universities was 581. Perhaps the number is not so big when globally, but in an Estonian context, these graduate numbers are pretty impressive. Now, what is happening on the employment market? More than 100 employers have hired our graduates. 154 students, their graduates, are working in the IT sector. And more than 4 people have been hired by Pipedrive, Future Coders, Playtech, Smith and LHV. 19 have completed an IT traineeship. 67 of them are software engineers, and more than 2 have been taken on for a traineeship by Bolt, Milrem Robotics and Playtech. The salary for their first position when they're hired is 2,200 to 2,700 euros, and in their second job it's more than 3,000 euros. I think this is a good indicator of the relation with the Estonian average salary, where you're coming from, where you're going to, and what you can do in the future. And these, what are considered as the strengths of our graduates. It is practical experience with development projects. We are very practical in our studies. People have to solve their problems on their own. They have to complete the tasks on their own. But also there is teamwork. They have to work in teams to complete the tasks. And the students in Kood Jõhvi are working professionals. They have a career, perhaps in a different field or maybe even in the very same sector. But this is something that employers value more and more. And yes, we are talking about Ida-Virumaa here, and Kood Jõhvi is and will be our headquarters, our first major project where we are able to introduce any updates. But our network has increased. Since autumn, we're also operating in Võru and Paide. Estonia is so small that we could just be discussing Code Estonia in the context of in a global context, but we know how important regional division is for Estonia. We know the dispersed population in Estonia. So this is why we are highlighting the different regions. But we also launched our program in Kuopio, Finland, and we're also expanding to Ukraine, Zhytomyr, and to Kenya in Nairobi. And this has been really interesting. Coming back to Ida-Virumaa, because if we are developing something new or somebody comes up with something in Kuopio or Nairobi, we will be also introducing this in Ida-Virumaa. Just as you have a software system on your cell phone, somebody gets a new function in Bangladesh, then we will be able to use it also here in Narva-Jõesuu. And this is how we bring modern day to Ida-Virumaa, and vice versa. We don't see it as a place that has been left behind. There's a lot of industry, a lot of knowledge here, which helps us to train skilled, strong people. And so that I don't forget, Code Future Coders is a program where we are also going to secondary education levels, and we are offering them the programming studies not at the exact same level, but why not give the high school students also an opportunity to study coding? And this would be all on my behalf. My good colleague Lauri Haav is also here with me, and you can also address him in order to discuss Kood Jõhvi. Thank you.
Any questions? Of course. We have live transmission from here, and therefore it's important for you. You need to use microphones so we can hear and transmit that information. Can I have the 4th slide on the screen? Next one, and next one. This one. Rainer, what you mentioned was electricity engineer. I wanted to ask, what is the background of people applying? A general cliche here is that I'm not an IT expert. I have no experience. Why should I come here? But when I look at your statistics, I see that people come from very different walks of life. The other question is, how many locals do you have here? How many people stay in this region? Because on another slide you showed the international big companies, but do some of the graduates stay here in this region and go on working and living here? Actually, I had 4 or 5 slides on all that statistics, and I was thinking whether I'll keep it here or I'll throw it out, and I was sure I would have run over my time. But as I see, there were questions about it anyway. So people come to us from very different walks of life, from different backgrounds. It's humanitarians and science-based people, people from crafts and arts, and people from academia, anything. You look at the diagram and it's split up into minute parts. People from all walks of life. Maybe what we see more here and it relates to what we come from in Estonia. The majority of people come from such fields where you're not generating a new product or service, and they move to areas where they do create new products and services. This means your product is the whole world or a bigger region, and it has higher added value. That is the main difference. But as to walks of life or jobs, anything goes. We have all representatives from all walks of life. The other part of your question was the share of locals and how many people stay here. And maybe I'd add here that exactly, that's graph here. You've identified age groups here, but do you have any statistics on what is the age group where people are capable of finishing this program? Do you have any statistics on that? Because I've heard that it's a bit more complicated for young people if they don't have the background, if they don't have the experience. It's a bit more complicated for them, as much as I've heard, and I wanted to ask about that. I have all the data, and Lauri is probably a better person to answer that. He has the most recent data. I can't give a generalization of whether it's harder for younger people or older people. It seemed to be the opposite. Just because, what kind of organizations have you worked in? Have you been an independent contractor, or you've been part of a team, or where do you come from? In general, I'd say that the change of outlook is so comprehensive that this is the most difficult part. How do you think about people? Building software around a product, it doesn't need to be just code. You can build code into a physical object, or the service or a product evolves around a physical object. A software program or software system is never complete. This is very difficult to grasp. You keep on building, it's never finished. In another field, you can polish something to perfection and at some point it's ready. But in software, you can always improve and update and overthrow. It isn't like things is right or wrong, and now you're wrong, and sit down, you're a failure. No. You do something, you might do something different tomorrow. But if your background is so very different, then it's a bit more complicated. And the same thing is the teamwork. Who is right doesn't really matter. Does it work? Can we improve on it? And then you can look back and see what works best. So it's first and foremost a change of attitude rather than learning programming. Programming, this is like learning to play the piano. You can play something very simple, you can play something from Rachmaninoff, and there is a whole universe between these two. But this alternative, especially as we look at the AI, the alternative of not learning to understand what's happening in technology in the world, then you're way off the wagon. And the question is whether technical background or programming background, the first test is a web-based test, a logic test. This is something that we test for. You don't need to be able to code. But logic is something that we need to have. This is we test for. Since we have many applicants, we choose based on that. But it doesn't mean that if you do slightly worse than others in logic, you still can go on to sprint, the second phase. And in this 2-week period, you see how motivated people are. You might be very, very talented, but if they are not motivated, or you are slightly less talented, but very motivated, well, the second one will definitely go further. Another question? Mati Kalve is my name. On the slide, you showed that you have people from different age groups, people from different educational background. What are the student fees and how acceptable are the fees for students? Maybe I'll give Lauri an opportunity to answer this one. He has the most recent information. Yes, but let's thank Reimand right now because we are next having wonderful presenters, including representatives from Kood Jõhvi, and they'll be speaking on these issues. Thank you very much indeed. And by a way of gratitude, our gift is a calendar, Estonian houses and summer cottages in the world. Kadri Roosi has drawn by hand all Estonian houses in the world. I've recorded a podcast in this building for Global Estonians, and I've been to the Estonian house in Stockholm. Where else? I think these are the Estonian houses that I've visited. Otherwise, I've recorded the podcasts in other places, but thank you. That looks really, really welcoming. You're always welcome at Stockholm Estonian House, and a big round of applause to Rainer, because the speed with which he organizes his life is amazing. Coming from London to here in Narva-Jõesuu and then to the Song Festival, we are so very grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you so much indeed. And once again, thank you very much, Rainer. And we'll continue now with a panel discussion. So could I ask representatives of our panel to the stage? Lauri Haav, Mare Roosileht, Indrek Reimand, Johanna Rannula, Kivimäe, and Irene Käosaar. And now, let's start to the panel where every speaker will share their viewpoint on how to educate young people, first and foremost, in this environment. What future opportunities can we offer them? How to make Ida-Virumaa more attractive, how to keep young people here. First and foremost, I'd like to give the floor to Inga for a 2 or 3 minute introduction, and then we'll discuss this together first. Irene first, Narva Eesti Gümnaasium. Irene Käosaar. Good morning to all ESTO people. I must give recognition to everyone who's here in spite of all the rain and storm and winds and whatnot. Thank you very much for coming to this region, to Narva. This really is important for us. I'm the only one to represent the general educational system. I'm the head of the primary school and the senior and senior high and Vanalinna primary school. What I would identify as important in the context of education at Ida-Virumaa is to give these young people in our schools some courage to try, to test, to go out of the frame, to think out of the box, to make mistakes, because the current educational system doesn't really provide many opportunities for that. The approach is rather of a teacher knowing the right answer, standing in front of the class and saying what is the right answer, and the students' role is to repeat it back after they've learned it by heart. In our school, we've tried to do something totally different, quite the opposite. It's not simple because a change of mind, like the previous speaker said, to understand what is learning. This change is very hard to come by. We encounter it every day. Young people are used to getting the right answers. And if they are told, well, go on and discover yourself, look up the solutions, then that is quite complicated. What are we trying to do in our school to get our young people out of the box so they'll return to Narva? That is one of the main challenges for us. Return doesn't need to be physical. We know that in the modern world. We are in the ESTO space. We are not in the physical space together, but we are together in the mental space. We hope very much that our young people will invest in a physical and mental way, in a spiritual way. In Narva, in Ida-Virumaa, they'll maintain their touch there. It's important to create and maintain curiosity for different opportunities that are there in education. Actually, everyone sitting here is a partner to us. Tartu University College, Kohtla-Järve College, the Police Academy. We would never be able, and Kood Jõhvi, of course. Without them, we'd never do without them. And we are preparing a module in our school where we hope to rely on Kood Jõhvi to give students in senior high an opportunity to experience the way of thinking provided by Kood Jõhvi. Learn how to think, learn to learn. If you don't know how to think, then there isn't much hope for learning. A background of values and principles. The whole issue of motivation. This is based primarily on values and principles. I believe it is the task of general education to give such a basis as regards education and learning, and also all future skills, digital skills, languages that we mentioned or talked in depth 2 days ago, flexibility, the skill and ability to think outside the box. So I think the role of general education in Estonia, but especially in Narva, especially in this area, has changed radically over the past few years. What we are expecting from the young people graduating from here is totally different than what we expected to have 5 or 10 years ago. Thank you, Rene. And next we'll continue with the next panelist.
Hello on my behalf as well. For the Academy of Security Sciences, we are lucky to work with what we are calling a classroom called the region. The entire region is our learning center, of course the border especially. But if we were to address the outlook of the education for the youth or the challenges in this education, then for us it's very important to combine a mission, the practical reality, the practicality of the real world is part of the studies, not just some kind of fiction far along in the future. And third, the ability to see the possibilities. You don't have to lock yourself with, I was admitted, I joined the school, I want to be a rescue worker, but by the end of the second school year, you're interested in a different mission. So how to keep all roads open. But that's something we will be discussing in our next presentation, actually, so I will be giving other speakers more time. But our mission is to have young people to see their future in a multifaceted way, and so that they don't roadblock their opportunities. Thank you very much. Anna Kivimäe from the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences. Now we will continue with Johanna Rannu, who will be telling us about the Narva Art Residency. Yes, good morning. The Narva Art Residency is not a traditional educational institution, although we are tied to the Estonian Academy of Arts, and we are the same part of the same organization, but our aim is to admit international artists, to accommodate them here in Narva, and provide them the opportunity and place to work on their art. But we have made it our mission to not do it as an art bubble, but to find the artists who want to and are able to communicate with the local community, those who want to carry out workshops, engage people in their creative project. So they are somewhat teachers to the local people who are willing to participate in these projects. So I see these artists coming to the region as teachers. They're coming from Zimbabwe, New York, Australia, from all around the world. We have 30 plus professional, creative people here. They are here for a month or two. But we cannot leave aside education. The youth is a segment that might become artists, who might choose art, the creative sector, as their future. And project-based, recently we sent Estonian-speaking artists to the schools of Narva and Narva-Jõesuu for a week in order to introduce contemporary art and do this in the Estonian language. This was our small contribution to the language reform. We have also brought together organized training for people who are teaching art in the Ida-Viru region, and we've shown them how to use art as a form of discussion. It's not just something to study the facts of who was the artist, when did they paint this, but this is also an opportunity to start discussions, to express your opinions on critical topics, to look into your inner world. So we offered art teachers this opportunity. And we also targeted the artists in Ida-Virumaa. We brought them together. We had this incubator program, how a Russian-speaking creative person from Ida-Virumaa could better understand the Estonian-speaking art environment, how it operates, where to send your application for funding, where the centers are, who the curators and are, where the galleries are. So to strengthen the ties between Ida-Virumaa and the rest of the country in the art world. So regardless of us not really being an educational institution, then much of our activity is entwined with education and very many different groups of people. Thank you very much, Johanna. And from what I've just heard, is a really good opportunity. Although I understood that you are cooperating, but through this new creative approach, how to tie everything together, and it appears to be a lot of opportunities like this. And next I will give the floor to Indrek Reimand, who is representing the University of Tartu Narva College. Thank you and good morning to everyone. The University of Tartu is the oldest, the largest and the most comprehensive universal university in Estonia. We have 14,000 students and 3,500 employees, 1,200 continued education programs in addition to our main courses. Our Times Higher Education current ranking is 300 to 350, and among the Eastern European universities, we are in the top. We have been the #1 university also from Eastern Europe, but right now the Kali University from the Czech Republic, for example, is preceding us. But we have several colleges, and the college in Narva is very important for Ida-Virumaa. And this year, the Ida-Virumaa strategy was adopted. And the aim in this strategy is set out as doubling the number of graduates from Narva College compared to the previous period. And the entrepreneurship contracts for the University of Tartu should be tripled, the contracts with companies in Ida-Virumaa. So this shows the importance of the region. The rector of the University of Tartu said that the strategic focus of our strategy should be placed in Ida-Virumaa. And so these were the numerical indicators for the strategy, but we have two subjects as well. One of them is to help the transition to Estonian, to studies in Estonian, and the second is to contribute to the change of economic culture. These are actually pan-Estonian topics, and the transition to Estonian studies also concerns a lot districts in cities such as Lasnamäe, in Tallinn. But this is about changes when we're discussing economic culture changes. For example, reducing the CO2 footprint and introducing new technologies. Here, Ida-Virumaa is also the focus point. But coming to the Narva College, this is mainly a teacher education college, and this is why we are contributing really hard into the transition to the Estonian language education. But we are not only teacher education focused college. There is also some entrepreneurship and IT focused studies. And for example, this autumn in September, we will be opening master's studies program for robotics and data science applications. Our college has about 800 students right now. We are growing rapidly, especially due to an increase in the teacher education studies. And this enables us to achieve the goal of doubling the number of graduates. The number of graduates has increased 70%, so we have achieved most of the goal. We have 7 course programs. We have quite a few continued education programs, and this autumn we will also be opening the micro degree studies for the prerequisite courses for physics and mathematics teacher studies in order to have more teachers for mathematics and physics. We have quite many continued education programs that are related to integrated studies and language studies. And this is actually this targets the teachers who might be biology or mathematics teachers, but while teaching their own subject, they are also teaching the Estonian language to Russian-speaking students. Half of our students in the college are from Ida-Virumaa. These are mainly students enrolled in full-time studies. They come from a Russian-speaking background, but they are learning in Estonian. But the other half comes from outside Ida-Virumaa, and they are coming here to study. They are mainly part-time students. But when we're discussing about how to bring people to Ida-Virumaa, I think this is one of the methods for bringing people here. About 8% of the students are foreign students, those who do not have a background in Estonian language education, but they've come to Estonia, they've studied with us for a year, they've studied the language and culture, and after that they will be learning in Estonian. And within this 1 year, they actually get a better knowledge of the Estonian language than local secondary education graduates. And this shows how big of a role or motivation foreign students have. Narva College is not only an educational institution. We're also involved in culture. We are one of the bubbles of Estonian language environments in Narva, together with the other panelists here with me. And we're actually even a tourist attraction. And we have been one of the initiators of the restoration for the old town. And later today, I'm happy to take you on a little sightseeing trip. We will show our very beautiful building, which is nearly 12 years old by now, and which has probably also contributed to the restoration works of the town hall building, the town hall square, and the buildings around there. So we are much more than a university. Thank you.
Aitäh, Indrek, Reimand. Ja järgmisena saab sõna Mare, Roosileht.
Thank you to Indrek, and next I will give the floor to Mare, Roosileht, who is representing the Taltech Virumaa College. First of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and welcome to Ida-Virumaa to all those here in the room. Well, I would first like to mark that Ida-Virumaa is more than just Narva-Jõesuu and Narva, but it is also Kohtla-Järve. This is where the Taltech Virumaa College is located. Taltech has 3 regional colleges outside of Tallinn, one in Tartu, one in Kuressaare, and one in Kohtla-Järve. Yes, it's the Viru County Virumaa College, but we are actually producing. So we have graduated from our college, more than 400,000 engineers have graduated. So we are like actually higher education for engineers has been provided in Virumaa for 66 years. So I dare say that actually more than half of the people working in Ida-Virumaa companies have obtained their engineering education in cooperation with Taltech. And also Maksim Iljin is actually a graduate of our college, so he received his first higher education from the Virumaa College. So not only industrial companies, but also local governments and other organizations, including schools, benefit from us. This year we gave a diploma for in chemistry to one young person who is actually teaching in Kohtla-Järve secondary school and will be continuing their studies to become a chemistry teacher. So we are training specialists in all different aspects for this region. We have very different programs. We have programs in chemical technology, energy, in information technology, machine building technology, so mechanics. We have also master studies where we have energy people, IT people, sustainable industry people, and we also have bachelor's program for circular economy and sustainable economy. Kood said that they are proceeding from the OSCA report, but also our programs are continuously evolving. They're not just created from thin air, it's created in cooperation with companies. We bring together companies several times a year. What kind of programs we need? What do we need to change? What are the skills that are needed in order to be competitive in the labor market? And so this is how the programs for our college are created. So the first and second level programs we have, in addition to these, we also have PhD studies. We have 4 research groups. We have chemistry research groups, materials, science, information technology, meaning robotics. And in all these research groups, it's possible to complete PhD studies to actually do science. So we offer a very wide selection of opportunities. But if we are talking about bringing new people into this county, then we play an important part here as well, because we have very unique programs. We are not doubling the programs in our main building in Tallinn, in Taltech University. And many young people find our programs from other areas from other regions of Estonia, and they come here to study. As we provide applied higher education, this means that our students complete traineeships during their studies, and companies hire them first for the paid traineeship, then they employ them for a job, and the people who come here, they actually stay here. And this is the important contribution in terms of the need for labor and the need to bring in new people to the county. Well, as companies hire, one might ask, how about studies? We are very flexible with the studies. We have full-time studies and part-time studies. Part-time studies means that you study twice a month during the weekends. And it means that people who are already working and living in all different regions of Estonia are also able to study at our college. This means that we're flexible, we offer great opportunities, and yes, we train engineers who are actually pushing forward with the economy, who are actually contributing for our economy to prosper, for us to move forward. They're the people who actually create something. And to sum up, we, of course, cooperate with all the upper secondary schools, Narva-Eesti Gymnasium being our most recent partner, but all upper secondary schools in Ida-Virumaa, Jõhvi, Kivimäe, and also vocational education schools. There's a vocational education center in Ida-Virumaa. We are cooperating with all of them. So this is our hope for the future. And many young people come to us to study and go on forward to study in a different region of Estonia or abroad, but they are very likely to return here. So we have endless opportunities. You're very welcome to study here.
Thank you very much, Mare Roosileht. And now it's time for Lauri to answer the question that Rainer was asked. Exactly. I thought I'll take the chance of not having another introduction because everybody has been speaking. Maksim and Maite had questions. Let's start with that. How many people come from Ida-Virumaa and do they stay here? And then let's speak about how much does it cost. That's always most important. How much does it cost and who's going to pay for it? Our program is in English. This means that people coming in do not need to know Estonian or Russian, but they must know English at B2 and above. In the first classes, we had a higher share from Ida-Virumaa. Now it's 12 to 15% of locals, and it's partially because the fund is coming to an end. These who want to have this training and are able to fulfill the conditions. And an interesting trend recently is that, a concerning trend actually, people don't know English either. We have a transition to knowing Estonian, and obviously Estonian is a very small language and whatnot, and it's not the most practical thing on a world scale. But English is something you must know. If you don't know that, then where are you going to go from here? This is what has happened. And the question whether people stay to work here at Ida-Virumaa or go elsewhere. Software development and programming and coding is an interesting field because you can do distance work. You don't need to have an industrial park. But this distant work normally happens in the second phase of your career. Your first phase normally should happen in an environment where there are other people as well. In a later phase, you're free to say, I decided I want to live in Ahme, I work at Narva-Jõesuu, and perhaps I'll come to the office once a week. This is a bit on a longer, this is something on a horizon. And this is something that Taltech and Tartu University experience. Many people come here because we are here. Either we are here next week at Jõhvi, we have a boot camp for women, because the share of women is too small in tech. Estonia isn't doing too bad, but it's still too low. So this year we have separate programs for women only, ladies program and so on. And that happens in Jõhvi next week. I think we're going to have 60 people next week. So we bring people here because from Western Estonia or Tallinn, Ida-Virumaa seems very, very far away. Someone from Tartu said it's 86 kilometers from Tallinn to Tartu, but from Tartu to Tallinn it's 600. And at the same time, Jõhvi is 167 kilometers. It's less than 2 hours by train. If you follow traffic rules, you can't drive that fast. So we bring people here for a shorter or longer time. They discover that Estonia is bigger than just Harju County. The question, how much does it cost and who's paying? We are not state supported program. We don't have state financing. We work with financing from our sponsors, and then the performance fee. If a graduate gets a good job, we expect them to pay back a share of their fees. So it's not they're paying in advance. But if you get something of value and you're earning money, then please pay back something to the school that trained you. And I think that the employment agency is going to be a partner for us this year as well. So nobody should be out because they don't have money for this training. And I have another 30 seconds, I think. Coding, software development, the life of a software engineer. It looks something very, very complicated, but when I look around the hall, then 99% of people here have graduated high school. They have studied organic chemistry and they've passed it as well. Somehow you managed, didn't you? And often those who have children have had the experience of teaching someone organic chemistry. How did you manage that? Compared to that, programming is really easy. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And as we can see, we don't have much time beyond introductions, but that's actually fine because all of you participants to the forum can go and visit these wonderful organizations. With Irene, you can see how people learn to learn and what are the values that keep and what set an example for the students. Having visited your wonderful school, it was really obvious, very, very clear how the environment impacts studying. If you're at all interested in high school studies, then Narva has an interesting situation. They have Narva Gymnasium and Narva Estonian Gymnasium High School. Narva Estonian Gymnasium is the place you should visit. So 14:45 you can take a tour together with Irene. Then, together with Anne, you can visit the Internal Security Academy together with Anne, the Narva College of the Police Academy, and similarly go and have a look how our police officers and rescue people are being trained. People that will defend us in this very, very difficult times. You can follow Johanna and have a look at interesting creative projects and the environment that has been created for creativity to flow. And how do they train those that will train others? And you can also follow Indrek and visit Tartu University College in Narva. The local office of the great university here. So everyone interested have this chance, this panel. There are so many of us here, but those on the stage, I'm really pleased to see people with such high motivation, high devotion that try to work here in cooperation with others, trying to execute the big change. With lots of optimism. And this gives hope for us all, and I hope everyone participating at the forum felt that. Everybody realizes the importance of issues on your desks every day
ja tähtis on see,
and how major,
mida te tegelikult
how important is the work that all of you are doing here.
nüüd meil aega on tegelikult veel kolm minutit.
We have only
ja
3 minutes
küsida
and
mõned
we can
väga,
ask
väga kiired.
a few very quick questions.
Et kas on keegi, kes jaa, Maksim, jaa, nii mikrofon
Please use microphones.
oli, aga Maksim juba teab, kuidas.
Maksim already knows. I have a question to all of you. We have many new opportunities. Some of those have come through the Just Transition Fund, but the Narva Business Conference in early May identified that the share of employees is quite high, 13%. And very many people aren't really looking for a job. A few years ago, it seemed to me that the main task of a Just Transition Fund would be to bring in more companies to this region. But recently, I feel that education also plays a very important role, because a box doesn't really mean much. We can build another factory, but if there is no competence inside, if there are no people working in this factory, so what's the use? And therefore my question is, how can we change this quite negative trend and do that fast? Thank you, Maksim, for bringing in the issue of just transition. There is a science consortium signed between two universities, Tallinn Technical University and Tartu University, to bring in smart people from outside who want to do science here. But Maksim is talking about is the educational measure that where additional training and refresher training plays a very important role. But if we look at the tendencies or trends, people from Ida-Virumaa are not that interested in refresher trainings. There is an immense amount of free training available at Ida-Virumaa. I believe all higher education establishments and vocational training schools offer that. If we think about the unemployed and if we think about what kind of labor the new companies coming to this area need, then one is basic education, but the other is upgrading or new skills. How do you get people registered with the labor department? How do you make them learn? We actually have financing for that in programs. I can't really recall the actual program, but we do have a coordinator for education in this area that organizes many events to bring people together, to share information. What kind of training opportunities are there in different schools? If we get these people to study or retrain themselves, they can move back to the labor market and go to companies, because companies are desperately looking for engineers and educated employees. Not only companies, recently the head of Narva Hospital said that they need about 50% of their employees need to have some engineering training. The main question is how to get them to study, because this is a necessity and the Just Transition Fund really helps that. What universities can do is to provide education. We are offering not only what we have here, but we also bring in teachers from Tartu, from other colleges. But the problem for industry is multifaceted. My personal opinion is that we need to add variety to industry. IT provides many opportunities here. The other thing is that it's very, very important for this field, this area, is creating better connections with the rest of Estonia. We have the mental distance here, but if we create more contacts with everything, not just education, but it's business, academia, culture, entrepreneurship, that connects, offers opportunities, activates. But unemployment is such a wide issue that there is no one panacea there. Very briefly from high school education, what we can do is offer options. Nearly 30% of our curricula is selected by a student themselves. All the partners sitting here, our wonderful cooperation partners, all of which provide some sort of elected subjects. We have 3 weeks of elective studies. A student can try out something, even if they get the feeling that this is not for me. They went to the course by Narva Haigla, Narva Hospital, whether it's physiotherapy or something else. No, medical field is not mine. Maybe I'll go to engineering, go code Jõhvi for coding. So they'll get a feeling together with the actual people in the actual field. Like Anna said, this connection with real life. We are not acting in medicine or acting in program. We go to the real hospital, and it's either a choice or exclusion method. Something that is very important in this field. I must have touched upon that in my introduction. Increasing confidence. The trend from previous generations that have been caught in the wheels of time. It's the linguistic and historic and labor market things. Oh, there were the times where we had 12,000 employees at Krenholm factories. It's 0. Today, we have the people among us. They are grandparents. Oh, they've forgotten all about us. Nobody cares about us. Nobody supports us. We need to cause a radical change in this attitude. We are the ones who are building the future of Estonia, Narva, Europe, the world. So this confidence and hope is something that education needs to work with to solve unemployment issue. I believe in myself. I believe things are possible, and I'll try out things to find out what is my field and what definitely isn't. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to thank all panelists. And as I listen to your inspiring presentations, I'm absolutely convinced that you'll be able to bring all these beautiful changes to life. You can change the future, you can change the existing way of thinking. Thank you very much indeed, and once again, would like to thank you with calendars from ESTO. On my behalf, I wanted to say that most of the audience are Estonian youth abroad. So I'd like you to think about how can we do more, cooperate more with the Global Estonian program to forward information about opportunities for study here in Estonia. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is working quite actively here. There are different grants offered. But now it depends on the officials. How active are they? If Liina Viies happens to be among the viewers from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We'd really like to hug her and welcome you here. Many many Estonians from abroad have received interesting stagiaire places and come here to study. Don't do something stupid somewhere abroad. If you want to do some real stuff, if you want to develop something real, there is an opportunity here. It's not a choice between one or the other. The world is round. We need to think globally. The more different countries you experience, either in studies or working, the wider your outlook, the more you have opportunities to do something real here, help everything with your contacts. To help networks here, you don't need to move here forever. You can do all that at a distance. And that's an excellent example from Peeter Kütsepp, sitting here in the hall. Who has helped Narva, the city of Narva-Jõesuu, the city of Narva-Jõesuu, to have a sister city with Karlskrona in Sweden. And similarly, the schools here. We didn't have time to talk about a cool program with Johanna that we have with Sweden. Swedish-Estonian Cooperation Fund has a cool program. Mare, could you introduce that in 2 words? Maybe Johanna, you can say a few words about what you can do this year.
Yes, indeed. We were invited to participate in a training program for young entrepreneurial leader people. I think it's been done for the 3rd or 4th year. SEB and Swedbank have been supporting this program. And there were 10 participants from Estonia, 10 from Sweden, and they meet up on both sides of the Baltic Sea. And what makes it valuable, in my opinion, is that it's not just entrepreneurs or art people. There are politicians, people from business backgrounds, from banking. So there are very many different fields where these people come from. And this makes it so much more interesting for us to learn how people go about in their field. So I was really positively surprised that very many people before me from Ida-Virumaa had participated in the program. So being together with actual people in an actual setting, these meetings are very important for these future cooperation projects to come into life. If we didn't meet up for joint lunches or dinners, then these cooperation projects might never happen. But unfortunately, we have to wrap up this panel for now. Thank you very much to all the participants. And actually, Anna will be staying here on stage with us because our next panel is dedicated to safety and security. It could be said that no development is possible without security, especially at these very anxious times that we're living in. Safety and security are something that we think about almost continuously, every day. And here to address this topic, we have the head of the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, Anna Kivimäe, who also spoke in our previous panel, but will be given more floor time here, and also the East Prefect, Tarvo Group, I will invite you here to sit on stage with us. There's more room for all of us.
jaa, nii et nüüd siis alustame.
So let's start perhaps with Tarvo. First, you could introduce yourself and then maybe go into a bit more detail on this safety and security. You're sighing so deeply about safety and security. So I would ask the audience, do you feel safe and secure? Yes. So do you feel bold here? Yes, that's a good answer. I'm Tarvo Group. Yes, indeed, I'm an East prefect. The East Prefecture is an establishment here in our region. It's like a miniature body of the Police and Border Guard Board here, and all Police and Border Guard Board duties have to be performed by this cell that we call the prefecture. We cover 2 counties. And the main challenge that we will also discuss is the border guarding. So, quote, unquote, our border with our friendly, aggressive neighbor. So I've been working for the criminal police for 5 years. I've also worked in the defense police for a while, and now for the last 8 years I've been here in the East Prefecture. So let's get going. We have a few slides here, and I already said a few things about what security and safety are, and I took the latest data about the feeling of security, what we ask the what the Estonian state asks the people, how they're feeling, how safe or secure do they feel in Estonia. First of all, the indicator of trust towards all institutions that ensure security in Estonia is incredibly high. So this is mainly in comparison to former Soviet countries. These indicators in Estonia are very high. 84% of people trust the Estonian police in Estonia. And so we cooperate a lot. We talk a lot about how we've made it this far with the European Union. We're having these discussions with Ukraine a lot. And the percentage for this trust in Ukraine is currently at a level that we had in 1993. Trust is extremely necessary. And this need for trust, I keep telling my young colleagues why we need people to trust the police. And perhaps this very straightforward interpretation, and I apologize if it's a bit too cruel, but a very simple explanation. In my opinion, if at some point I'm facing a huge group of people and I'm responsible for their survival, and if I tell these people, it's a very critical point, and if I tell them, if you go to the right, you will be killed, but if you go to the left, you will survive. And now if these Estonian people don't trust me, they think I'm corrupted, I lie all the time, I'm only out for my own good. We know from the times of militia, these nasty militia officers. Then they might go to the right. They don't trust me. They choose the right side and they will be killed. But if they trust me, they do as I say and they will survive. But in terms of Estonian security, the Estonian people were recently asked, and 88% of the Estonian people considered their country to be safe. And 91% of people think that their neighborhood has a good level of security. They don't need to worry about anything. Yes, of course, there are fears. There are fears for cybersecurity, which have recently entered the picture. So this old trend, but it's increasing. There are some terror threats in far distant countries that people don't even acknowledge, because some older European countries, they are envious of us for that. But in terms of fear, what people fear the most, the top two after cybersecurity is forest fires. So this shows what is important for Estonian people. And on these slides, we have outlined challenges. We have a ton of challenges. And it's as if we are the shore or the beach to this crazy person on the other side of the border. And we've always been this. But yes, we can say that it is safe here. But if you look at the full picture, Viru County is a bundle, and its historical, geographical, and demographic background creates an environment where these things that operate across Estonia are given a slightly different meaning. A diverse population, nationalities, and backgrounds is what causes our language challenges, mindset challenges. But of course, there are big cities that we've had. For example, we had the Grenholm factory with 12,000 people. We had this entire district of 12,000 people that's now empty, living environments with very different pasts. And these pasts are affecting people's perception of whether things are good or bad. But we also have smaller towns, rural areas, so this Viru County is an outlook of Estonia. It's like a miniature version of the entire Estonia, but it's even much more colored, because the specific economy also amplifies the challenges. Maksim asked a question about unemployment. But unemployment is only something external, the external symptom of the root cause of this changing economy that's causing these challenges. And here in Ida-Virumaa, we're trying to initiate a new economy that will benefit everyone. And all of this creates its own environment for different misdemeanors, for crimes. And the border is one of the largest challenges. Yes, if we're discussing Ida-Virumaa, we have 76 kilometers of Narva River, 1.7 border incidents daily. Mainly these are communication problems or mistakes on Narva River where fishermen wander on one and the other side of the border. But we consider this as a border incident and we have to respond. But in terms of the Narva border crossing, regardless of the fact that transportation means you cannot cross the border in Narva for 2 years, it's still the highest, has the highest crossing, even exceeding the Tallinn airport. About 3,000 people daily cross the border, both sides. And 50% of all those crossing the border are Russian citizens of the same aggressor country. So it's a challenge in all terms. Now, yes, as I said, there's no risk of terrorism here. And Irene said how people close to her from far away in Colombia asked how are things with organized crime in Estonia. Well, Estonia has dealt with it at the right time and knowingly. Yes, there are some old roots I don't remember this exact expression in Russian, and I will not be quoting it here indeed, but this cruel organized crime with its hooks deep inside the politics, in customs, border guard, everywhere in the public sector. We've had that, and it was brutal. But Estonia took matters into its hands at the right time, and in recent times there are just single organized crime units or groups. Globally, it's known as the mafia. It's simply as one big company with very different methods and behavior in different parts of the world. Domestic violence, its level is very high, so although public order might be good, what happens inside, behind closed doors, is different. And it might be a bit more unsafe at home in Ida-Virumaa compared to Lääne-Virumaa, right next to our county. But a more global problem, of course, is drugs. And our biggest problem is the number of deaths caused by drug abuse. Last year, the number of people killed in traffic accidents was 70, but 20 more were killed due to a drug overdose. So drug deaths are a big challenge for us. Entire safety and security depends on different policies. And I think very correct steps have been taken. These are the language policy, educational policy, migration policy, and any kind of internal security policy. These are what we depend on. And when we discuss these policies, we also have to address what we here locally depend on. And for us, it's the long perspective that's necessary, and we don't often have it. And it's very bad if the local power, if the government on the local level changes very often. And we do have that a lot. But once we are able to beat that and we get the local governance more stable, we will be able to tackle the challenges more effectively. And with all this talk about challenges, but once I can go to the next slide. But owing to the number of challenges, there is a big presence in Ida-Virumaa County, a big presence of uniformed men and women. So all kinds of abbreviations that might not feel so common to everybody else. But the Tax and Customs Board, Police and Border Guard Board, the Rescue Board, the Defense Police, they are all paying attention to Ida-Virumaa. And there's also great cooperation between all these different departments. And of course, the latest news is that there will be even greater presence from the defense forces. We have Tapa and Jõhvi defense units, but the presence will be even greater going forward. We also have the Academy of Security Sciences, but also activity from Frontex, the European Union agency. In July, we will be opening a new segment. It will be small, based here in Narva-Jõesuu, but it will be something big for us. For a small country, well, as they say, they are talking in NATO about deterrence. And for us, Frontex, the European Border Guard agency, them being here or having a greater presence here is a very good sign that we are taken into account. People want to cooperate with us, and they want to come here to achieve their goals. And European border guards will know what it's like to guard the eastern border. Well, Maksim asked about the high unemployment rate. And I'm not sure if we've already discussed it, but I am daily looking at the risks that we are facing. And for example, if we had to decide whether we remove the tank or not, we look at the structure of the population. Well, in Lääne-Virumaa, we have 60,000 people, and there are 3,000 more women than men. And Ida-Virumaa, there are 130,000 people, and 11,000. The number of women is 11,000 more than men. So the challenge is not only how to produce engineers, but we have to look at the people who are actually living here. The gender, their age, the average age is higher in Ida-Virumaa than it is in Estonia. It might come off as a bit straightforward, but in Ida-Virumaa we have older women here more, and we have to take that into account. And this affects the presence, our presence. The Police and Border Guard Board, PPA, the Estonian abbreviation, we have to bring people in here. We have to bring people in because there are not enough people here. The population is not built up like that to have enough police officers from the local people. And this makes all the more important the stability of the local government and creating the living environment. Primarily it has to be in Estonian, because all Estonian people want the same kind of medicine, healthcare services and education services. But in the context of this presence, we don't really notice a lot what they are doing. Not a lot of positive news are shared. But this also means that these people, also these imported people, the people who come here to work, they are also our people, and they carry our expertise and competence. If you look at Europe or the world and see where do you have such good where you have knowledge of border guarding, tax works, customs work, internal security work, then this one place would be Ida-Virumaa, because the competence that has pooled here is a value of its own. And this means that we are able to easily, quickly find someone who knows how things were and how things have to be. And it's pretty rare worldwide. In many families of Ida-Virumaa, there are people who have worked in one or the other internal security institution. Many children choose the same path as their parents. Also, the Academy of Security Sciences, we have been operating for 5 years. 700 cadets have studied also in Narva. We have our own Narva study group. We have people participating in international trainings. About 300 people have participated in international trainings. And thanks to this, we have this expertise available in this region. We know what we need in the real world. It means that many universities, research institutions, but also the defense industry companies are interested in forming this knowledge into projects or entrepreneurship projects or education, because many other parties are struggling with finding out what you actually need. And about a year ago, we welcomed about a 50-member group from Frontex in Narva. And most of them said that, yes, we did know that the eastern border exists, but we have actually only had experience with the sea as the border, which means the coastal border guard, or the airport, and they've never actually seen the eastern border, the land border, in the real world. So having this know-how is immensely valuable, and of course we cooperate. Yes, of course we cooperate. So cooperation between agencies. What is unique is that the Academy of Security Sciences teaches all people for the internal security field. In other countries we have different schools for rescue workers, the border guard, the police officers, but we have combined it all. And they all come together in Narva, and we want to encourage this for people to talk more.
We have one more slide. Initially, we introduced challenges as challenges. Then, of course, it's complicated. No, it isn't. It's just different. A special is even a better word than different. We can also these challenges as opportunities, just as we discussed here. Indeed, we have expertise, we have knowledge. A border is not a dead end, not the last point, the end of the world. This is our training ground. This is the best place to learn border guarding on an actual border. We can do everything here because we have the border. We can try and test out things in real life situation. We can look for technologies, get opinion from practitioners whether these technologies work in practice. So all opportunities are here to look at this border as an opportunity. Also the cultural background, the living environment, the natural environment, it is a test ground, a cooperation network, something to be studied, to analyze in a very compact form. We see that as a chance for development. I call that all these science organizations and European science organizations, especially the Narva environment, the whole area here, Sillamäe, Narva, Kohtla-Järve. This is like a life-size laboratory. Come here, check, investigate, carry out your anthropological studies, technological studies, because it is a safe place to carry them out. It is a totally different place here in this multicultural environment, but it's still safe, not like in Malmö in Sweden. So come here, study, learn, and it's a very good model for you to develop yourself and give good predictions about different environments. It is now time to say thank you very much indeed for this wonderful discussion. And in the beginning, I was sighing deeply without knowing what was going to happen, how much you're working every day for us all to feel safe and secure, not only in Ida-Virumaa, but in all of Estonia, in all of Europe. This is a remarkable job that you're doing. Thank you very much indeed. We'd like to thank all panelists. And I have a hope, just like Anna said, that you are not noticed. You're operating in the background on the radar. In the future, in education, in business, in projects, they do see you, they see your input, hopefully much more. Do we have any questions? A quick question. A question to Tarmo Group. A well-decorated police officer. You have percentages from trust and sense of security, and you mentioned corruption. Politicians say that Europe starts from Narva, NATO starts from Narva, but what about your experience in real life? I lived in Narva for 3 years. I worked 20 years for Stockholm Eesti newspaper. My trust for the police as a citizen of Narva has gone down significantly. In Kapo and the police board, people threaten me with everything, Russian that is, and a border patrol says this is the police patrol business, and the police says it's the border patrol business. And I don't understand what's happening at the police. And now this summer it was the same. The police says people sell spots in the waiting line. You know that it's happening. It's public in Facebook. You know that's happening. Nobody is doing something. How can you feel secure here? How can you trust the police here? Well, single questions. I understand that a specific example here, there are people working in police, and of course there are mistakes made. If a border guard is saying they are not the police but wearing the same uniform and wearing their labels insignia, this is something that we are working to carry through a change that was initiated in 2010. There is major cultural change taking place. There are undercurrents here, and this is that we need to work with. And unfortunately, the speaker is not using a microphone. Interpretation is not possible. Yes, indeed. These are single questions. The other, as regards waiting lines at the border or drinking alcohol in a public space. Police works with the law. If the law doesn't say, put very narrowly, that selling your position at a waiting line at the border is not an illegal activity, not something that the police has or could react. If the legislator says differently, this is what we will do. And again, the speaker is not using a microphone. No, none of us likes that picture. The question is rather, do we need to tolerate that? Does the border need to be open? Or the question about selling positions in the waiting line is not something that we can do. Why aren't you working with it? We can't work on it because we are not authorized to do so. There is a question back there. Could you please have a microphone? You can hear me? Hi, in Rebas. I work mostly in Sweden. I worked with these issues 23 years ago, and I worked intensively with that. At the end of your presentation, you mentioned the situation in Malmö, in Sweden, in southern Sweden. We all know living there, but Malmö police and Malmö departments work closely hand in hand with their peers in Denmark. My question is, how is your cooperation with the counterparts on the other side of the border? Not for us to give a thorough overview, but is it good enough, or is it really? Does it really come short? The context is very different. If Denmark would attack your friend, if the Kingdom of Denmark will attack Sweden militarily, the Swedes would not ask for assistance from the Danes. This is the same situation here. We still have some business contacts because the Narva border crossing point, we have up to 10 incidents a day. We have somebody from Moldova that we need to send back from the cross. They cross the bridge to us. We see they have no legal basis to enter the country. We send them back. They are always received. So we can't say that there is a constant battle there. No, this is not the case. We have a very professional and sort of normal situation. Similarly, there are single contacts on the river. It's not that we are carrying a loaded gun just in case if we saw a Russian border guard. No, this is not something that we are doing. But now let's get to the second level. Operational management, that is already quite militant. They are refusing to cooperate. Never mind the next level, the strategic level, because the policy is definitely hostile. And we saw that on the 9th of May on the other side of the border. If I may, I would invite everyone, both young and old, to check out our academy, our training center, especially the young people who look for a life with a mission, with a purpose. We have plenty to offer. As you heard from the questions, there is a lot to do, plenty of challenges. Come down here, see what's actually happening, plus what kind of missions you can make your own, either by learning to become a police officer or a border guard or a rescue officer. So we'd be happy to discuss it with you. But now it's definitely time to say you thank you very much indeed. Tarvo Group and Anne, thank you very much. ESTO calendars. And next panel is about support measures. What are the possible support measures and support systems that will help both Ida-Virumaa as well as things on a wider scale. European Union as an excellent partner for Estonia and Ida-Virumaa. What are the opportunities today? What kind of support is coming to this area? We have two panelists here. A representative of the European Commission in Estonia, Mrs. Ave Šank-Lukas, and the second panelist is an expert from the Ministry of Finance, Ms. Mereli Mändmets. The floor is yours. We'll be standing up, but we have too many chairs. Maybe we'll take away a few of them.
jah, nii et edasi nüüd siis räägime nendest võimalustest.
Next, we'll be speaking about the opportunities. What can be expected from different support measures? What is there? How can you receive assistance? How can we develop business, education? What are the opportunities for investments? I have my microphone, the head microphone. Oh, I can switch the slides myself. Oh, beautiful. The plan was to share the presentation. I'll speak about the more general background on how does the EU budget work, how much they support, how much money is there, what is being done with it. The principle is that these decisions are not made in Brussels. What will be supported here in Estonia, these decisions are made in Estonia. and a representative of an Estonian organization can speak about that. I represent the European Commission. But first of all, Ida-Virumaa has strategic importance for the European Union. We heard the important sentences from the previous panel. Europe starts with Narva or Narva-Jõesuu. This is a border of an ideological outlook, and this is something that we work as well. We see that especially on the 9th of May. This is the Day of Europe. 50 years ago, the French Foreign Minister Robert Schuman made a presentation that we should move towards a union in Europe that makes it impossible for European countries to go to war with each other. We celebrate peace, solidarity, economical well-being. These are the values that unite us in Europe. We, on behalf of the European Commission, organized a huge concert at Narva Town Hall Square. On the other side of the river, they celebrate totally different things. We can't assume that a party and a discussion about values is sufficient. We need to show with our actions that we pay attention here. We are working with people having jobs here, for having a good environment to live here, study opportunities, the necessary infrastructure, and so on. Speaking of the support systems, Frontex was already mentioned. Enhancing security and safety, European presence here through the new command center of Frontex is very, very important. But the plan was to speak more about economy and what we have been doing here. I'll move on. And I just need to learn to operate the remote here. We see something here. I'll move on a bit because otherwise we run really short of time. A bit more attention from Ida-Virumaa to European budget has been paid over the past 5 years when the European Commission decided to adopt a new economic model. This is the famous European Green Deal, the point of which is we try to reorganize our economy in such a way that the economic growth is uncoupled from expansion. So we don't need to take up a new unit of resources. We should have more of a circular economy, reusing existing resources. That is a major problem in Europe, but also, especially in Estonia, in Eastern Virumaa, to untie ourselves from fossil fuels, because we've received that fossil fuels from Russia. We are not self-sufficient. We have imported it from Russia, and now we see it being used as a weapon, and we don't want to be dependent of it. Maybe these two principles are important why this Green Deal has been agreed upon in 2020. The principle is to review all fields of economy, executing change there, but involves projects that are more expensive, that require more effort, and certain areas were defined in Europe. In Estonia, Ida-Virumaa was defined as one of such regions, and money from this Just Transfer Fund was supported here. If we talk about the EU budget through years, it's quite limited actually. It's about 1% of the GDP of the whole European Union. And it has remained the same throughout years. A budget is comprised for 7 years, but last time, the current budgeting period, when that was put together, We had just encountered the COVID pandemic. And then they decided we have bad experiences from the previous economic crisis. Let's get some money from financial markets, let's borrow, and let's put that money quickly into European economy till we would recover stronger than we were before the COVID crisis. Actually, it was very good that we did that because we had new crises right after that, the energy crisis, Ukrainian war. So we've had a little bit more money this period. And traditionally, a lot of European money has gone into agriculture because after the Second World War, when the European Union was created, it was important to feed people. It was 80% of the European budget. Now that share has gone down and new priorities get more financing. Innovation, science, modernizing the economy, the Green Deal. A lot more money is devoted there. What's really important for Estonia is the cohesion policy. What we see on this slide is the rounded amounts that go for Estonia during this period. Ida-Virumaa, nearly from less than Rail Baltic, but from other funds, Ida-Virumaa stands to benefit from there. And this cohesion policy, the first green stem with all the flowers, it finances on unifying the regions and areas of the EU. Estonian GDP was about 55% of EU average on accession. Now we are nearly 90%. So this policy has had an impact. But first of all, it has been the common market. Estonia has benefited from the tariff-free common market. Agricultural support that works for Ida-Virumaa as well. Agricultural producers benefit from there. First and foremost, the 953 million was the recovery fund allocation for Estonia. Renovating apartment buildings was a very important part because energy efficiency of buildings is an important figure why Estonian economy as a whole is not very resource efficient. But most important for Ida-Virumaa is the Just Transition Fund. I won't go into details here, but let's show how Estonia has used these finances. Estonia is very good at taking up EU finances. The green area shows the amounts covered with contracts, and the yellow one is payouts, and that's quite a normal solution. As projects near completion, payouts speed up as well. This is coherence funds together, and this is the Just Transition Fund. Estonia has been the fastest to apply it, and many projects have been completed. I'd like to identify the magnets factory. This is the first project that was financed from this, and what has been important for the EU vis-à-vis different challenges. It ticks so many boxes from different categories. It solves the critical raw materials and green transition issues. When it operates at full capacity, they are able of generating magnets using by electric vehicles. These two industries together is, I think, 7%, and I'm looking to Ted here, but somebody knows these figures better. Ursula von der Leyen personally at a G7 meeting in Canada identified that, and she had a piece of that magnet with her because that is a Canadian company. That is a very important strategic project, and we'll hear more about that. I'm sure people will come to visit it. It will be visited today as well, but we will have many high-level visits after that.
And now about the future. Of course, there are opportunities and possibilities in Ida-Virumaa, and European Commission has committed to combine the green transition with competitiveness so that we wouldn't shoot ourselves in the legs with the transition. And Mario Draghi put together a very good report with many statistics on how the EU productivity is lagging behind for the past 20-30 years compared to the US and China. And he thinks in order to retrieve these are the three things we have to deal with. First of all, innovation, then decarbonization combined with competitiveness on all levels. It's all political decisions have to be made so that they are combined. And thirdly, security, military as well as economic security. And this magnet factory is a very important element of economic security. And here we have to pay attention to clean technologies and energy-intensive traditional sectors, both in terms of policies and financing, and in a forward-looking manner. We are now preparing the new budget period. As I said, that this 7-year budget period ends in 2027, but already now, in 2 weeks' time, the European Commission will come out with a proposal for the new budget period, and the countries, member states, will be negotiating fiercely over the following 2 years so that it could be implemented by 2028. It has many challenges, and Ida-Virumaa has at least 4 of these that are brought out on the slide. And the aim is to make the budget more flexible, it's to make it simpler, so that, and it has to be flexible so that we're able to respond in terms of crisis. And if some regions need more money, we can target more money in these specific regions. And perhaps a more focused budget, because we have less money. 1% of GDP is about 1 trillion euros. And it's about as much as the 5-year budget for Germany. And if we have 27 countries, then it's not a lot of money. So the plan now is to have one plan for each member state, where the member state can see their strategic options, where to put this money, whether cohesion, agriculture, or some other area. And there will be a huge pan-European competitiveness fund, which funds projects that are crucial for the entire EU. And here I would like to conclude and give the floor to Mereli. Hello on my behalf, I'm Mereli Mandmets, and I work for the Ministry of Finance as a counsel for the unit of foreign funds. And as said, I will be discussing about the funds that bring EU money into Ida-Virumaa. And during this period, I will be focusing on the years 2021 to 27. And we have a scheme here with 4 funds. Marked in green are the numbers that have been directly brought to Ida-Virumaa with the EU funding. But in blue color, we have projects that are pan-Estonian or that are combined for different regions. And there is some touching point with EU money for that. So the European Social Fund funds education, healthcare, and social projects. And these are mostly either national or regional projects, and it's not possible to highlight Ida-Virumaa specifically for this. But within these blue lines on the diagram, Ida-Virumaa is represented. So directly targeted fund, the largest of these is the Just Transition Fund, the JTF. This is 340 million euros from that fund, and about 390 million euros from the other funds combined for Ida-Virumaa. And if we take into account the blue parts, well, depending on the methodology, whether we take 1/10 of the Estonian population or the 1/15, that would be the county-wise. This is about 60 to 90 million euros added to that previous number. So about 450 million euros is what we have received from these funds during this program period. But in terms of funding per capita in Ida-Virumaa, this green column is impressive. Ida-Virumaa should be doing well. So it's 2.8 times the Estonian average, which is 1,034 euros per capita. So the JTF in a few slides. As already said by Ava, it's for climate neutrality, in order to make climate neutrality efficient, the transition efficient. And in Estonia, the main region for this is Ida-Virumaa due to its oil shale industry. And I can say that the JTF is doing well in Europe as well as in Estonia with the funds used in Estonia. The implementation of the funds has been 100%. The money has been 100% covered with our applications. And if you noticed on our slides, she said it was nearly 120% absorption rate. And we have slightly overbooked because life has taught us that some things actually turn out to be cheaper than initially planned, but we want all the money targeted for Estonia to be absorbed. We have paid out about 10% of all the funds, and this is quite good. Because the first years we have spent on planning, procurement, organization, and now we are actually incurring the real expenses that we can cover from these funds. 327 projects have received funding from the JTF, and there were some projects still pending as of last week, and I know that some projects are still coming in autumn, where we will be planning to open an application period for projects in autumn. As one aim of the JTF is to create new jobs. Current projects will create more than 1,200 jobs. It's also important that this 340 million euros from the JTF has attracted also private investors to the region. And they have brought nearly the same amount of money, 336 million euros in investments from the private sector. The Just Transition Fund itself is divided 80-20 on the 80-20 principle in Estonia. 80% is aimed at entrepreneurship, developing entrepreneurship and support services, and 20% is aimed to support an attractive local living environment. I did not highlight any major projects by their names, and that was a conscious choice, because I know that Ted Kuzmik will be discussing these projects in more detail after us. But indeed, we have aimed money in the development of entrepreneurship, establishing companies, modernizing companies, creating new jobs. And I'm glad that, as it was also highlighted in the panel before us, that a lot of science is introduced into entrepreneurship, business and investments, cooperation with universities, vocational education institutions is very positive. You can teach or grow the labor force with the exact specifics that we need, and also provide jobs to the local people, and bring in smart people from outside to come into Ida-Virumaa. The panel also discussed support for the unemployed. Likewise, we are helping them through the JTF. The Just Transition Fund has either helped them find a new job or with trainings to obtain a new qualification. Ida-Virumaa is a popular tourism location, and so the tourism infrastructure has been strengthened by either building or updating accommodation possibilities here. Now, for the other 20%, local governments have been renovating kindergartens, schools, apartment buildings, have already been renovated or are currently under renovation. There are very many projects and initiatives in sports and culture, sport fields, sporting opportunities, nature trails, hiking tracks are being established. A lot of culture heritage events created. Very many camps have been funded for the youth from the JTF funds. It's also good to see that people are looking into the development of social and health care services. And in addition to renovating infrastructure, the services themselves are being renovated. Mental health services and dental care. There is a project that tries to combine mental health and healthcare services, and this is a project that I really like. And former mining areas are being developed to provide recreational activities. And on the other hand, nature is also being taken care of so that these mining areas do not collapse, and that we have better living opportunities around these areas. And my last slide is a postcard from the future Ida-Virumaa. And this was a postcard issued under the JTF at the end of last year. You can see the entire Ida-Viru County here, and the more exciting and major projects that are being developed with the support from the JTF. Thank you. Thank you very much for these comprehensive overviews on a European level, as well as more specifically with the JTF. I forgot to mention, just as Ave said, the planning for the new program period is about to start, and just as Ave said, we have to know ourselves what we need the money for and what we'll be using the money for. So, Ida-Virumaa, go over your visions, your strategies, and agree on what it is that you need the most money for, and definitely consider asking for money through the EU and different funds. So be prepared for the new period, which is about to start. And now we have time for a couple of quick questions. Yes, and the microphone also. Thank you. I would like to know how active are the Ida-Virumaa youth in applying for support in the Erasmus Plus and participation in the Erasmus Plus projects? That's a good question, but unfortunately I don't have an answer for this. I know that they are active. We don't really keep counts on it because it's a central application system. Estonia is not a mediator here. There's a central application system here. But talking to the youth in Ida-Viru County, I've seen a lot of young people who have participated. Some in actually several countries have completed the Erasmus project. I'm not sure if they were from Ida-Viru. I think he was, but he'd been to 9 different countries. And actually, Ida-Viru youth is very active. This very same European Day that I discussed, they want to participate. They had made notes on the previous year's events. They had proposals how to improve the event this year. And there's a lot of proactive attitude here and the will to improve their living environment. Thank you. More quick questions? Yes, Sirle. So when these projects are made and money is applied, well, maybe you went over statistics, but do you know or do you keep an eye on how many projects are made by the youth and targeted to the youth? Well, all funds have their own goals and their own terms. Perhaps it's not really possible to single out the youth, but if there's a project that contributes to the future of Ida-Virumaa and it also meets the requirements of either strengthening the environment, the economy, or cohesion in this region, then of course these ideas will take flight. We can't say that if it's a project for the youth, then yes, definitely the funds will be given, because all the funding has its own rules. But I would like to encourage to do your homework. If you have a good support system, you've agreed on who is responsible for what, how you will be doing things together, then that will bring results. And for this action plan for the JTF in Estonia, now on the EU side, it seemed like a very good example of engaging people, of engaging the youth. And when we launched this fund, Ursula von der Leyen was here personally in Narva. And we held a small discussion where people actually felt that it was their own plan. They had put together this plan, and the youth were very active to speak there. You don't really see this very often, and we like to highlight it, that for the Estonian JTF plan, this inclusion and engagement of the youth was on an excellent level. Thank you all very much again. So we saw what the opportunities are and how we can use it. And now we have a small break scheduled for stretching our legs. I can imagine that you are overflooded with all of this information. And we will reconvene in 15 minutes and discuss entrepreneurship in more detail.
me peame küll jätkama ja veel inimesi.
I think we are ready to begin. I hope there are some other people coming in. Let's wait for those coming back from their coffee break.
Nii, nüüd on loodetavasti olete kõik saanud veidi sirutada ja
I hope you've all been able to stretch your legs and get something to eat. And now we'll continue with issues where we look specifically what is being done, what are the opportunities vis-a-vis business, entrepreneurship, investments,
on võimalik suurendada piirkonna atraktiivsust.
and how can we increase the attractiveness of this area. First of all, could I ask
Kas soovid seda mikrofoni või
Teet to come here?
Oma mõtteid nendel teemadel jagab siis meiega Teet Kuusmik.
Teet Kuusmik will share his thoughts on these issues, and he's the head of Ida-Viru Investment Agency Foundation. So Teet, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. My name is Teet Kuusmik, and I'm a member of the board of Ida-Viru Investment Agency. I will have 3 parts to my presentation. I'll show once again a few slides that concern the Just Transition Fund, since it has a strong impact on the entrepreneurship in Ida-Virumaa. A few slides on tourism. I'm not an expert on tourism, but I've tried to give an overview of the most important keywords. I'll speak about industry background and our organization. What is it that we do? By way of introduction, I'd say that Ida-Virumaa is an area with long-standing traditions in industry, and it has its own history here. The first big industry was established in Narva in 1857. The Kreenholm manufacturer, they produced cloth. Nearly 20,000 people worked there in the best of times. 100 years has seen the production of oil shale. Kreenholmi manufacturer is no longer operational today, but certain textile industry has remained there in the county. Põlevkivi or oil shale industry is still very much operational. Auvere oil shale boiler is going full ahead. But the meaning of Just Transition is that the county being connected with the production of fossil fuels, then there is a certain change in economy because of the green transition. I'll show you these slides in a slightly different way, but the financial impact is 340 million euros. The time for using them is until 2029. So a 4 or 5 year period during which these finances can be used. The investments up to a point is available until 2027. As I said, 20% for entrepreneurship, 80% for housing. It's that 20% is meant for direct investments. So private companies making direct investments will be able to recover their costs. I've shown some of the slides already, but it's important to see Here, decisions for Just Transition Fund have been made. Certain measures may open up later on. There has been discussions on support for mid-cap companies, and payouts has been 10% of the funds. Since the adoption of the Just Transition Fund was quite long, developing the measures and filing for support was quite long, and that 10% is quite okay. Many companies who applied for it are in the process of carrying out tenders to find builders and deliveries of equipment. Tourism. I'll show you a few slides here. We have an expert on tourism. Kadri is an expert here. You can catch up with her. She'll be sitting in the booth in the lobby, and she'll speak at length on what's being done in the field of tourism. But I believe that the issues of tourism is quite new. Perhaps 10 or 15 years have seen significant progress here. With our foundation, there is a tourism cluster. There is a number of private organizations, local municipalities, support organizations whose goal is to attract new investments, to work in marketing, and to tell the story of what we have at Ida-Virumaa. We have industrial heritage that is open for people, that Grenholm. We have major industries. You can look at the industrial heritage that is open for visits. There are plenty of spas. Lots new are being built. This is something while many people come to Ida-Virumaa. There is cityscapes. There is a booking here. There is a museum here for a mine. Mine museums are quite unique in the world, so it's worthwhile checking it out and see what it means to have a mine. And a look at Russia across the river, a neighbor with whom we don't have such good relations today. As we come back to the Just Transition Fund and tourism, it has been a major challenge for the county to have a sufficient number of hotel accommodations. Investments have not been too numerous here. The reduction of Russian tourists has had an impact, and a sit-and-wait policy for seeing how consumption patterns will change. But the Trust and Transition Fund is supporting the building of 4 modern hotels. There will be a business hotel, a 4-star hotel in Narva-Jõesuu. There is a plan for having a 3-star hotel there. There's a boutique hotel being built at Kivimäe, and currently construction is underway near Lake Peipsi, a nature spa. I'll end with tourism here. Kadri will speak about all these attractions later on. There are plenty of things to visit here. This, whether we speak about the Kivimäe Adventure Center near the old Ash Mountain, or the Aidu Water Adventure Center, so Ida-Viru defines itself as an adventure land. I have a list of industrial investments that is supported by the Just Transition Fund. It is in very small font, but the important thing to take away is that Just Transition Fund supports transition of economy and business in this county. Many companies that are green-focused, companies that really add variety to the landscape of companies in the county. A few words about the projects in the county to understand where are we moving towards. The Ida-Viru Investment Agency, this is where I work today. This is a public sector organization. The founders are Republic of Estonia and 4 local municipalities. The purpose is to bring in new foreign investments from outside Estonia and Ida-Virumaa for companies to come to Ida-Viru and create jobs and businesses. On the other hand, we are promotion agencies. We work a lot with PR and promotion, looking actively for companies that could be founded here. We look for either real estate or green fields, brown fields for companies that are wanting to build here. So we do the preparation for companies to have an easier time coming here. So we'll have planning permits and infrastructure for companies who have decided to come here. So it'll take 2 or 3 months to start building or operating here. We are a one-stop shop for companies. We deal with everything. We do marketing, negotiations, do personalized sales. We make marketing decisions. We own real estate. We provide support services and do post-sales services. If a company has made an investment and they are happy here, we expect to have further investments here. The main thing that we started with 15 years ago was building industrial and business parks. We've developed 230 hectares of land, 290 hectares. We are one of the biggest greenfield developers. Out of the 290 hectares, about a third is in the hand of private owners. 2/3 are such whether we have bookings by companies or areas that we offer for business people. We have business and industrial parks in 4 municipalities. Narva has the largest, which makes sense. It's the largest city here. And currently, with Jõhvi Business Park, we are in the second phase of investments. We are building infrastructure and expanding the business park. The logic is that if we see a specific industry, a specific industrial park being sufficiently interesting for businesses, we go on with additional preparations. All that takes time. Detailed planning takes 3 to 5 years. Land ownership takes time. So we prepare for a business park for 5 to 7 years. This is the dirty work that we do for businesses. A few words about our clients. We have invested about 10 million euros in developing industrial and business parks. Our clients have made investments of around 200 million euros. So our clients have invested over the past 10-15 years more than 200 million. There are 22 companies. More than 1,000 jobs have been created. So altogether, 25 projects could be ending up in our business and industrial parks. Those who are planning investments for these parks today, and their support amounts to 132 million euros. If you add the private investments to that, 250 to 300 million euros could come in here over the next 3 or 4 years. A few words here, a few examples. Aquafor International, with their headquarters in the US, is a company that works with water purification systems. The company has built 2 factories in Sillamäe, 2 factories in Narva. They are in Narva industrial parks. They received €1.5 million from the Just Transition Fund to buy their equipment. They make filtered water bottles to be containers. The containers are used all over the world. For example, you can produce water from the Baltic Sea with their purification equipment. A lot of their equipment goes to Africa that is short of clean water, so all kinds of water is purified to food grade. So that is a definitely green company giving the world an opportunity to drink clean water. We are building a detailed plan for Aquaphor to build a factory for them in Narva. Altogether, they currently have 40,000 square meters in Narva, so they now have plans to build 110,000 square meters factory space. As we build the super factory, there will be 700 jobs added to the local labor market. NPM Narva, that is the magnet factory. I mentioned that briefly. It's one of those first projects that was supported by the Just Transition Fund. It is built in our Narva industrial park. The need for a company to build their factory fast, the need was there. We had the opportunity because we had building rights and infrastructure all prepared. So from decision from magnet factory to a groundbreaking event took about 3 months. The factory was built. It's completed today. The equipment is there. The first test series have been produced. Those who will go to the tour there, they can ask when will they have mass production, but they do produce magnets already. At some point a few weeks ago, they had about 70 people working there. The first phase should have 300 people, and that is a very international crew there. We have people from different Asian countries, Latin America, Northern America, Europe. Once again, you can ask them, but as far as I know, they have from 14 different countries. Engineers from 14 different countries to work there. They received 50 million euros from the Just Transition Fund. And what's important is that the magnet factory brings along other factories. Just across the street, there is a hydrogen factory being built. Hydrogen is an important input for. Now we are negotiating to build electricity production in the neighborhood, so we have local energy generation specifically for companies in Narva Industrial Park to have cheaper electricity with a direct line without transmission costs. If all goes well, then in 2026 we expect this production unit or this company will make another investment decision. If we are lucky and we've done everything fine, the second phase will come to Narva as well, and their investments will amount to 1.5 times the current one, and also increase the number of employees. Producing magnets is a good project for green transition. The majority of these magnets will go to electric vehicles and wind generators. It is the only magnet factory outside, an industrial size magnet factory outside China. Another example, Kohtla-Järve Industrial Park has a company called Frame. That company produces wind generators and micro generators. It's a good example of a green transition. A company has invested in producing green energy equipment, and they received 2.6 million euros from the Just Transition Fund. 71 employees. They are initiating full-scale production, and they plan to hire altogether 300 people.
So another project supported from the JTF is the Narva Industrial Incubator. With many foreign companies, we've had the problem that the region lacks enough modern production facilities. So we are actually building a facility where you can rent production facilities for 5 years. You test it out, and if everything is good, you can put together your team, plan export, get partners, and you can take the next step and build your own big factory. One specific example, the Swedish company Rag & Cells, whose subsidiary RS Osa has concluded a lease contract. They intend to establish a demo plant there where from the ash mountains from the oil shale factory, they will be producing custom cabinet. If the demo plant is successfully launched, then the company intends to construct a completely new industrial complex to reprocess the ashes. It's a very green entrepreneurial project again. One of the most exciting projects for us are the Jõhvi incubators, the East Hub, Ida Hub, we call them. It's a two-part complex. One is a film industry complex. We build film studios, and our aim is to bring to Jõhvi and Ida-Virumaa international film production. This requires studios. And in order to have new jobs surrounding this film industry complex, the Ida-Viru Entrepreneurial Complex provides a program where the supporting forces are being trained. And these film projects, they need catering, logistics, accommodation, makeup, everything that you can imagine needed for film production. And training these people is already on the way in the county today in order to teach these supporting workers. And the other one is the Digital and Multimedia Incubator. Technopol from Tallinn will be providing their programs there. I think Technopol is one of the most successful startup incubators in Europe. It's produced unicorns such as Skype and Wise, and it keeps on producing these unicorns. They will bring a specific program for digital and multimedia. This is everything concerning digital activities related to film production, whether it's animation, special effects, post-production, meaning sound effects, montage. And the aim is to develop within 5 to 7 years an ecosystem where a film producer comes here in Ida-Virumaa. They can do outside takes, inside they can do the studio takes. They have all the supporting services here, and they can just then leave with a complete production and just sell their movie. It's largely targeted at young people, also international young people. In today's startup programs, I think the third cohort is already on the way. So very international young people, companies who want to set foot in this industry. And the Baltic states do not have any modern film studios today. In the Nordics as well, today you have film production studios where the number of such studios is quite limited in the Nordic countries. And what else is important for this project is that we're actually cooperating with schools and also with Kood Jõhvi, which actually is teaching IT people and cooperation with the coding school today is so that if we have this creative thinking IT people, then this complex might give a great opportunity for people like that. We are engaged in very different things and resolving bottlenecks. And one of the projects that we're working on is building an airfield in Narva. It's meant for small planes, small aircrafts, not for actual commercial flights. We use the same business park model, but it's aimed at aircrafts. Today in Estonia, it's quite difficult to store and repair your aircrafts, and such airfield project brings the service into this area, and different owners of small planes can have a new base here. Today people go to Finland to repair their small aircrafts, and they're just storing under some sort of cover cloths. This year we're still in the planning phase, but probably next year we will move into actually building the infrastructure. And the last slide, really shortly, this is aimed at the living environment, but it's also based on the needs of companies. In Narva-Jõesuu, in Toila, there are living environment and apartment building projects being developed by the private sector, and today the private sector has also launched projects like this in Narva. Jõhvi and Kohtla-Järve today are in a situation where the private sector has not made such investments for apartment buildings, but there is a need on the market for this. If we want to bring talents into the region and give them a good living environment, then our organization is piloting for Jõhvi and Kohtla-Järve to have the first apartment buildings to test the market, see if the market accepts apartments with this price level, so that the private sectors would have a it would be easier for the private sector to receive funding from the banks. So the building permits for the first buildings have been obtained, and right now we are building the financing cohort for this phase.
Nii, täname siis selle väga sisuka ülevaate.
Thank you for this very detailed overview, and it's really great to see how these opportunities are actually being implemented and put into practice with the help of the funds, how new industrial and business parks are established, and how opportunities are being created to make Ida-Virumaa a more attractive place. We have time for a few quick questions.
Sul on peamikrofon ikka veel. Just. Et siis.
Mul on üks
Maksim, yes, I have a very practical question, or maybe a proposal for you, Ted. As before you, we had the European Commission Estonian representative here, and you said why you chose, and they said that the new methods for the new program period are being developed. And you said that other investment opportunities are also being added to the projects. So what would be your proposals to those who are working on the methods? What should they pay attention to when it comes to the new funding period? I think different regions are competing for industrial investments and investments in general. Preparations is an important process so that companies, it would be as convenient and easy as possible for companies to come to the region. And as JTF showed us, if you offer private companies different support opportunities, then when competing with other regions, you can get the companies to come to those regions where the subsidies or funding is better. Where it's more difficult to receive funding, or where it's more difficult to operate hotels and start projects, because these are actually things where we mostly have expenses. So I think that JTF, these application rounds were filled up really quickly, and this was a sign that such measures with such volumes of support, these actually work to attract. My question, you want to offer support services to those who are your clients, but who are providing support services? Are these people brought in the projects, or how is it done with such different fields? So when it comes to training the background forces with the film industry, we have the Ida-Viru Entrepreneurial Center. The center has employed a separate project manager, actually 2 project managers who are compiling the programs and who invite people to join the programs and implement the programs. The content of the programs is that you have experts of the field who have experience with the film industry, and they share information on how the film industry might differ a bit, or how to operate in this industry and what the expectations for the film industry are. When it comes to the startup program, Technopol also has provided 2 individuals who are working on preparing the program and implementing the program. And this project engages a lot of mentors who have already succeeded in the startup world and who already invest quite a lot into these new initiatives and projects. It has engaged a lot of professionals working in these fields. In the Narva Industrial Park, the team is our own team. We have 15 years of experience with the industry companies in communicating with them, resolving their daily questions, so it's our own team. I also have a question about the support services for companies. Does this also include lobby work and protection of interests? That's an excellent question. Well, the support services package is quite extensive. If a foreign company comes here, then in this economic environment and starting to operate here, it takes time to settle in. We help them with funding, get information on how to get funding, how to find employees, how to negotiate with banks, until everyday matters if you need to find an apartment for your specialists. When it comes to protection of interests and lobby work, well, the protection of interest, we will find the necessary contacts. We have the capacity for that, but when it comes to lobby work, then we are not an organization that's officially entered in the lobbyist register, but we're working on it. It's very important because we help to bring together the financiers, usually from the public sector, with its funds, and we help to negotiate with the public sector. And everything that concerns contacts with the ministries, we also help set up meetings and negotiations. We help bring together or bring to the companies our politicians to establish these contacts. Mostly these are local level politicians, and for foreign companies it's very important to meet the head of the local government, whether it's the mayor or from any rural municipality, but it's also meetings with ministers, whether the Ministry for Economics or Climate. We have the capacity, and yes, we do use these contacts. How do you evaluate cooperation and interest with Ida-Virumaa local governments with your services? As much as I have been monitoring the situation, then not the magnet factory coming to Estonia. Katri Raik herself played a great role in that. We have close cooperation with the local government every day. For every founder, we have one council member as well. So through council members, we also have good cooperation with the networks. But we also have very good personal contacts with all heads of local governments, whether it be Maksim, Katri Raik, or any local governments that we have in Ida-Virumaa. It's relatively easy to get into touch with them, and I think local governments actually are very supportive of our activity because ultimately we bring new jobs, it's tax income for the local governments. Yes, well, I think these are the last words of thanks to Ted and a little memoria from ESTO. We did have one more question actually from the back. I think if the organizers could provide a link to the presentation, Sirle said that yes, the link for the presentation is provided, then it will be available to go over afterwards as well. And now it's time to come a bit closer to Narva-Jõesuu, and the present and future of Narva-Jõesuu will be discussed by Maksim, Iljin. Thank you to everyone. I have experienced that the young people are the ones to pose the most difficult questions, and seeing Ted take a break before answering the question, then yes, I've had the same experience in different public meetings. You respond to all questions, but then you come to the youth council meeting, and each third question is something you are not able to answer. So the youth is our future in any way. So Ted before me talked about entrepreneurship and investments in Ida-Virumaa. I will try to discuss similar topics, but keeping in mind the vision and development perspectives of Narva-Jõesuu. The Future Forum in general, the idea to organize it, we had a year ago when Sirle came to the previous forum, business forum conference. We've been organizing the business conference for 4 years in a row, and the idea for these business conferences was born once our region was hit by several crises simultaneously. First, the oil sector crisis, followed by the COVID crisis, and of course the war in Ukraine. And after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we sat together and decided we have to do something. This negativity was everywhere, and we wanted to discuss positive topics as well, and show also outwards that many interesting things are happening in Ida-Virumaa. And perhaps here on this slide a few quotes from the previous business conferences. In 2022, the first conference, one of the opinion leaders of our country, Raivo Vare, presented an important message. The government should be moving faster in Ida-Viru matters. They've done small things and seemingly they've done things, but there is no targeted long-term policy. At that time, completely different topics were on the agenda, and this is why the message was so necessary. The other quote is actually legendary, I think. When we were talking about the development of the tourism sector, Arne Kalbus said that you might like the place, but it's actually women who decide on where you have to go on holiday. Women are those who make the decision because men don't really care where they have their evening beer. So the next slide, a short overview of the statistics. 404 square kilometers is our area, even larger than Tallinn actually. Our budget is growing year on year, and I will go over that on the next slides. The number of people living here might seem small, but on the other hand, we're the only local government in Ida-Virumaa where for the fourth year in a row the population is growing. Slow growth, but still it's a growth. And compared to other local governments, then we are on a positive side. This is official statistics. The unofficial statistics actually is that on the spot we have considerably more people, especially during summer. You also mentioned the IT specialists who are working remotely here. And if not every every third Narva council member actually lives in Narva-Jõesuu, and then specialists that are here occasionally from Enefit, top management from other companies are here every now and then. But unfortunately, they're not bringing in much because income tax is accrued where you're registered according to the population register. So our income sources are income tax and resource tax. The locals know about the resource tax, but I like to joke that Narva-Jõesuu could be compared to Dubai because on the resources from the village of Auvere, this brings 1.5 million into our budget, and this means that Eesti Energia is our largest employer, followed by Meresuu Spa and Hotel, where we are right now, then of course Nooru Spa Hotel, the Narva-Jõesuu Medical Spa, and of course Narva-Jõesuu city government with all the bodies that it operates. We are unique. We are famous as a resort town. We have the longest coastal line. It's very beautiful. I already mentioned Eesti Energia, but on our territory is located the largest industry, the largest production. In addition to being a resort town, we're also an industrial town because in Auvere we have the power plants as well as the shale oil plants. And this industry has a significant impact on the development of our city. The things that have happened recently in the development of Ida-Virumaa as well as Narva-Jõesuu, then I would like to highlight 6 different aspects that have an important impact. Economy and investments, just transition, energy, tourism and international relations, and the defense industry. So economy and investments. We have already discussed education, and in addition to the investments that Teet already mentioned, I believe that retraining, refresher training are as important as the new investments in the JTF. Because we're third by GDP in Estonia, as I said in the morning, but the unemployment rate is still considerably high. And I am quite optimistic that these new opportunities will enable us to improve the situation. This slide already was on the screens. The final investments that come into the region are not the same that we were discussing before the beginning of the war, but I do think that with the just transition, we have managed quite well. This shows the main investments that already are covered with contracts or preliminary contracts, but it also gives a very important message to the Ministry and the representative of the European Commission that in addition to the investments, we need to work through these support measures so that in the future we are able to receive new investments in the region, because our region indeed does need the investments. Speaking of energy, I already mentioned that in 2018 we were struck by a very serious energy crisis, the oil sector crisis. The EU level Green Deal came into force, and for the city of Narva, this meant that within 1 year it made a huge hole in our budget, 100 million euros. And the media said that the city of Narva is on the verge of disaster. But I am actually optimistic, because I think that our energy has a good future, because we have very strong engineers, and the oil sector competence is on top level in terms of the world. Sooner or later, the traditional oil shale industry will disappear, but it will be replaced by a new version of it, maybe more aimed at the chemical sector. And the news also shows that there is a future for the oil shale in Ida-Virumaa. And one of these projects is actually what Ragn cells will be developing on the territory of Narva and Narva-Jõesuu. And also the chair of the board of Enefit said that they have hired a new team who will actually be dealing with the ash mountains, and they actually see great perspective in that. Tourism. In tourism, we've also had significant changes. They were also related to COVID and the war in Ukraine, because before the start of the war, a third of the tourists came from the other side, citizens of the Russian Federation. Of course, with COVID followed by the war, we had to find new markets. We had to find new opportunities. We're still on the road for this, but I think some positive developments are already taking place. But what I wanted to add is that all the presenters we've had today, and who have talked about different topics related to our region, I dare say that they are great patriots of our region. Rainer was really motivating in the morning and said that if they weren't patriots of the region, then they wouldn't be so motivated, because there are no similar institutions that we have here in Ida-Virumaa, and they are all based on great patriotism and optimism. And for tourism, as I said, we were looking for new opportunities, new markets. And if you go about town, you can see how people are talking in different languages, more different languages. And I think we are more and more open to the world, and more people are coming here from different countries. Investments in the defense industry. These are really important for our region, especially in the difficult times. In 2023, I wrote a big article on how Mariupol lasted for so long owing to defense investments, and why is Ida-Virumaa deprived of these. And when Hanno Pevkur came here, I also talked about it with him. He was quite skeptical at the time. Do we actually need it? But luckily, we are seeing that the government sitting that took place here in spring, the first major decisions were made, and next year a Frontex Competence Center will be established here, the defense district will be established in Narva, as well as the International Frontex Center. And of course, without these investments, we cannot discuss the topics of security in our region. So what has Narva-Jõesuu learned from these crises during the past 3 years? So the key words are organize, invest and communicate. Already in 2021, regardless of the crisis, regardless of a deficit from the oil industry, we decided in Narva-Jõesuu that we will invest at least 20% to the city infrastructure. And year on year, we will increase the percentage of investments. For this year's budget, it's already 16 million euros, and already 45% of the budget is targeted to investments. And in 2020 to 2023, we were working on infrastructure, but now our main direction is education. New kindergartens, new schools, new cultural houses, and we also want to bring new management models there. This is a list of the largest investments, and our experience shows that thanks to these investments, we increase the number of people living here, and it also improves the attractiveness of the city. And this means that more and more people will end up here. These are classical investments, but for example, the pier in Narva-Jõesuu or the lighthouse, then these are actually unique historic projects for the Narva-Jõesuu city, because the pier and lighthouse brings a completely new concept to the city. It will also be accompanied by culture quarters, and it's quite major also on the Estonian level. Culture events. With COVID, followed by the war in Ukraine, we decided that in order to attract the tourists, we need to organize more and more different events. We have to contribute to different events. And our experience shows that when big events are taking place in the city, then the number of visitors into hotels and restaurants is 20 or 30% higher. And these are examples of some other different kinds of events. The average number of participants in different events are 5,000 to 7,000 people. The night bazaar or the different other different events. And once they come here for one event, they will return. And as I like to say, people will become addicted to Narva-Jõesuu. International relationships and partnerships. Thanks to ESTO, I actually found great new friends, and we are creating new relations on an international level as well. Here on these photos, you can see our city delegation in Kooskora. And today we have Peeter Pütsep here with us. Last year when we met for the first time on a virtual meeting for ESTO, Peeter asked us, do you have a friendship town in Sweden? We said no, and he said, no problem, we'll take care of it. And already at the beginning of this year, at the end of March, we visited Kooskora. And our Swedish partners sent us an official letter, sent us a list of participants, who is who, and we were trying to figure out who Peeter is, and we decided that Peeter will be the relationship manager for Narva-Jõesuu. But things went as far that 9 o'clock in the evening last Friday, Peeter called me and said that our partners from Kooskora made the decision, and probably in autumn we will be actually concluding official contracts for this. Why is it necessary for our city? Our long-term vision is to find as much friendship towns in the Baltic region and the Scandinavian region as possible. If we talk about the new funding period, if you want to ask something, you want to receive something, you need to have as many partners as possible. And the other reason, as said, we have to be open to the world. If we're sitting here in our bubble and we're talking, oh, it used to be like this, it will remain like this, we're still waiting for it, there's no point in waiting. We have to act differently. And I think sooner or later it will bring results as well.
That will be all from me, very briefly. And I'd like to finish with a quote from Seneca. It's not important what we come across, it's important how we relate to it, and a smart man learns from everything. And these crises have taught us a lot, and these crises have helped us to get to a new level. And let's be honest, I'm not sure we'd have the movie-making district near here or the magnet factory. We'd have other companies, but not such that would have such a spillover effect in the long term. Thank you very much indeed. I already see a lot of hands shooting up. Who should we start with? Hello. Elisabeth from Nesto, young delegate from Sillamäe. The question is that me and many other Estonian young people hope that we give up oil shale at some point. How much money is there in Narva-Jõesuu budget from Eesti Energia? And I don't want to speak about issues with energy and jobs if we give it up. But my question is, what have you discussed already at the city government for the future of the city when we don't have oil shale industry any longer? Thank you very much for this question. We discuss issues related to the oil shale sector all the time. By way of information, 7 years ago, their share was 2.5 to 3 million euros. Today it's 1.3 million. In long-term perspective, in 10 years, we probably won't receive any money from them. What we are hoping for? We hope to have more income from income tax. As a result of the events, as a result of the investments, we can bring more people here. The companies that Ted mentioned, for example, at the beginning of each month, I look at the excerpts of people coming to live here. And I see a lot of people coming to live here from other countries. Why they do that is they find jobs in these companies. It is my opinion that in long term there is no hope to, there is no ground, no reason to hope for many investments from this sector, but the income tax is an issue. And secondly, I hope the government takes these things more seriously. They'll be more involved in regional policies. Because the proposals we've made, for example, the dividend fee to be directed back to where the company is registered, or division of the income tax, personal income tax, partially to where they are registered as living and partially to where they work, and also tourism tax. But when the government discussed it last year, the government said they are not going to go on with that. I hope these choices will be made at some point at government level. I'm Roisma, a delegate from Los Angeles, and it's so great to hear that Narva-Jõesuu was just a city in Ida-Virumaa who grew for the past 4 years. Where do these people come from? Are they Estonians that live in Russia? Or from other cities in Ida-Virumaa or from abroad? And why do you think they came here? We have some statistics on that. First and foremost, these people came to live here from Narva. After that comes Kohtla-Järve and Tallinn. In addition to that, we have lots of people coming from abroad. Some of them came from the UK when Brexit happened. There were certain processes related to that, but the majority comes from Estonia. And first and foremost, the city of Narva, then Kohtla-Järve, and then Tallinn. And when I talk to these people as to why did they choose Narva-Jõesuu, they always say that, first of all, they see that things are happening here. In addition to that, what the city is doing is not accompanied by constant negativity. And there is a future here. Investments in industry, in education. I talked to a family and they say, we know there's going to be a new kindergarten, a new school. We'll wait a little and our kids will go to these schools and kindergartens. A few years ago, you acquired 2 villages as a result of the administrative reform. And Põhja-Rannik says that you want to demolish some houses, and people say you shouldn't. Do you think the small villages where all life has disappeared as a result of closing mines, can you do something with these villages? We have a vision for Vivikonna. Currently, we are working on demolishing these dilapidated buildings. And the next phase is comprising a detailed plan or planning permits. There are 3 or 4 people there who live in this dilapidated, nearly crumbling buildings, apartment houses in apartments that they don't own. We own the apartments. We offered many solutions for them, but for some reason they don't want to leave them or move out. So we have some sort of a vision and we are working on this. I'd like to ask Maksim or Sirle a promise, a proposal. Maksim and his team organized Narva-Jõesuu business conference, and many of you in the hall have visited. Can you take the future forum as a tradition in cooperation with your sister city, Karlskrona, Peterbukse, getting interesting speakers there? As Maksim said, you can't sit on old ideas. Maybe we'll start with something new there, exchanging ideas there. That Narva-Jõesuu Future Forum. Initially, we had an idea to put these 2 events together, Narva-Jõesuu Business Conference and the Future Forum. But what I didn't say in the beginning is the business conference takes place during Europe Days. We wanted to show the community and the world that it's not only a concert on the other side of the river happening on the 9th of May. The other thing is, if we talk to media, they go to cover the event at the concert, not come to a conference to cover this one. But why not? That is one opportunity. What I can say is that we will continue the business conferences. Maybe we can combine these visions. A future forum, actually. A future forum continues online in a virtual way. You can exchange contacts. You can raise issues. We'll be creating a virtual environment where we can discuss these issues at length. That was the idea there. So it shouldn't just disappear as projects often do. But first of all, thank you, Maksim. Thank you very much indeed. And a little present from ESTO. In addition to that, we have these are wonderful pictures on the screen. Let's have a look at those. Actually, it's not raining outside, so. we've almost reached the end of the first part. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to thank all the speakers and the audience, but now I'm asking you all to give a big applause to our wonderful interpreters, Tiiu Soomer and Minni Kumm, have been with us the whole day. And have shared all this information in 2 languages. Secondly, the draw I promised you. On behalf of the tourism cluster, there's a backpack, a wonderful book. Maybe I'm interfering, and I have a little present for you, Mari, as well as Sirle, for this enormous work you've put into organizing this conference. And now the draw. Good afternoon, I'm Kadri, tourism coordinator of Ida-Viru, and this is my colleague Kristina, and I'm very grateful for you, all of you who participated in the draw, especially the young people. Hooray! And we'll hand out a prize right away. But what I wanted to tell you is that maybe it wasn't so obvious, but Ida-Virumaa is going through an enormous developmental leap. This is where things are happening right now. With the support of Just Transition, there will be 340 million euros invested here from the EU, but this will be supplemented by own investments, so the money coming in the next few years is at least 700 million euros. So things will be happening here. Industries here, the movie industry is making great strides here. If you're thinking about something with a meaning, something exciting, this is a place where you can do things, where you can realize yourself. About tourism, it's namely Ida-Virumaa, where you have a record number of places. Unfortunately, this time you'll see just a limited number of them. I hope you had time to visit the beach, which is the longest in Estonia. 30 kilometers to the west is the highest cliff in Estonia that you can see from the banner here. The whole southern area of Ida-Virumaa is lots of nature, lots of marshlands, protected landscape areas, lots of bears on the move there. You can visit the bear hut there. If you are nice and quiet, you could see an actual bear there. And therefore, we are giving out 2 books written by a trip from Philip Rasmussen. Is there anyone from Denmark here? I thought I saw their flag here, but never mind. Anyway, Ida-Virumaa through the eyes of a Dane. Who will get those books?
Henry Ilisson. Ongi kohal. Väga meeldiv.
And he's here. Wonderful.
Ehk siis jaga siis teistega ka.
Please share the pictures with others. Everything that you are missing during this short trip. We have such cool adventure landscapes in these industrial areas, in an open quarry, in mines, mountaintops. And the other book goes to
Hanna-Kristiina Einman. Ja tulge siis tagasi kindlasti.
Do come back. Come back for an adventure. And what's good to have when you go for your adventures? You need to have energy, and you need to have a spacious backpack. Ida-Viru brand, the land of adventure.
Oh, nii.
I'll do the draw myself.
See on jõuluvanade maailmameister Aare, kes
He is the world champion of Father Christmas, Aare, and Leen is the winner. Leen Selar.
Võtke õige koht. Kõik oli aus, on ju? Oh, seda ma sulle
Absolutely fair. That's the right person to have that backpack.
Tuled tagasi ikka või?
Will you be coming back for your adventure here? I will.
Võtke, seal on veel kaarte
Great.
või siis hakake Facebookis Ida-Viru.
Get some maps that are laid out in the front or follow us on Facebook, Ida-Viru Tourism Instagram, and you'll see all the places that you should visit. And we have a little present for organizers. I'm so happy that you made it here at the border and you can see the potential adventures on the border that you will not have time for this time. But it's a good idea to, it's a good reason to come back. Thank you very much indeed.
Ja nüüd sai loosimine ka ära tehtud.
And now we've done the draw, and I'm so happy that you got the backpack for such a great question. That's really fair. Let's sum up the first part of the day, and I put down some keywords. Mission, value-based, clear vision, strong mission, openness, look towards the future. All speakers today gave us assurance that Ida-Virumaa is the place where you should stay, which has a future, which is worth a visit, where you need to invest and develop businesses. It has wonderful people here, wonderful people to protect us and guarantee our security. All these presenters, all these different views that we saw showed us how much has been done already here. And I'm sure it has many opportunities in the future, many opportunities to do exciting things together. So come here, be here, stay here, and we will all do that. This is a very special place on earth. It has its special challenges, but we saw how great are the opportunities here. Thank you very much indeed for the first half. And now we're going to have the best part. We are going to lunch for an hour here in the restaurant. After lunch, we will have an opportunity to join groups to 6 different tours. Narva Estonian High School Gymnasium, Narva College of Tartu University, the Internal Defense Academy, Narva Art Residency. You can have the history and future of Kreenholm that had 12,000 people and now have 0, but it's an amazing complex. And also a unique opportunity to see the magnets factory. I hope or believe you've all made your choices already, so let's divide ourselves up in buses. First we visit Narva and then we go to Sillamäe. That's how we will continue. No microphone for the speaker, so I can't really interpret. One thing that we should take along from here